How many of us here have smartphones? Now that's confusing. Some people are like, what is he saying? Phone, smartphone, what's the difference? But the truth of the matter is that there's a difference between a mere phone and a smartphone, because the smartphone does more than a mere phone. But we've gone so far into the world of technology that right now we pretty much do not know the difference between a normal phone and a smartphone. I grew up in a generation that was really thrilled when we saw the Nokia 3310. It was like a weapon, but for us then it was a wonderful technological breakthrough. But right now we have phones that are smarter than that can do almost everything. The phones that we have today can do better than my computer in the computer lab when I was about 7 years in nursery school. So we had a computer in our lab, and it was like a holy grail. We went into that lab thrice every term. So every term that we had computer classes, but it was all theory. So you have your lecturer comes, draws everything on the board and says, this is a mouse, what is this? This is a mouse. This is a monitor, what is this? This is a monitor. And then you were allowed to go into the lab once every month. And then we had 3 months in a term, so you went into that lab 3 times. And you didn't do much. You just moved the mouse around and you're like, wow, I'm an IT guru, something like that. But right now, our smartphones can even do better than what those computers could do then. But it also brings a reason for concern. And that also leads us to why we are here. Because our whole lives are so dependent on the internet that if the internet were to be taken away from us, a whole lot of things were going to crumble. If our whole life is so dependent on the internet, how much are we doing to control or to govern the way the internet operates? Because like you all know, the internet is pretty much not owned by anybody. You're here in Mauritius and you're accessing resources that are in someone's computer somewhere in the US. And there's no immigration officer telling you, hold up, can I see your passport? It's free for you. You can leave Mauritius and find yourself in India or in Pakistan or in Japan or in the United States. There is pretty much no boundaries with the internet. But governance of the internet would help us to find ways that the internet is not going to work for our destruction, but is also going to work for our good. Just like when the car was first manufactured, I believe there were many people that said, that thing drives too fast. That thing gets into accidents. I think we should just keep using the old horse. Because the horse is alive. It will learn how to love you. It listens to your voice. A car, if you don't know how to deal with it, you're going to die. And then there were rules. There were governing rules that actually guided the way a car should be built. Okay, let's have 4 wheels. And for each wheel, what are the engineering limitations or affordances that has to be met before a car is safe, it is fit to use? And slowly the world began to accept cars. And we see how much cars have gone to enhance our society and transportation. You could take the same thing for planes. And then we could talk about the internet right now. Today we're going to hear a lot of things that will make us think, I think the internet is not so good. But we've already gone too far to go back, right? So the only thing we have to do now is to find ways that we can structure the internet for it to be safe enough for us. Right now we're kids, but I bet you in the next 10 years you start thinking about your kids as well. So you'd say, how safe have I made the internet for my future and also for the future of others that come after me? And you thank yourself for being in this forum today. So, we're going to move now to session 2. And I believe that most of our table facilitators already have all the packages that they're supposed to have for their tables. Okay? So we're just going to have a brief film a short film play for about 15 minutes. So you take this time to relax, and just what this film is meant to help you do is to relate with people from other parts of the world. What do they think about the internet? And you kind of find if there is a connection between their perception of the internet and also your perception about the internet.
Come to life, among them Gopher. And of course, the World Wide Web, conceived at CERN by Sir Tim Berners-Lee and Robert Caillot, who developed the HTTP protocol. Not long after, Mosaic is the first www browser to display pictures from the internet. And we're not gonna lie, a good part of them are pornographic. But it's a fact that it helps the development of the internet.
The internet just took off at that point. Lots and lots of users pouring an enormous amount of content into the network using the World Wide Web and the hypertext markup protocols. And as a result of that, there was so much information nobody could find anything, and that meant that we needed to build search engines.
During the 90s, quite a few search engines flourished. Archie, Yahoo, Lycos, AltaVista, and in 1998, Google quickly prevails as the most used search engine. At the same time, internet's usage blows up and its uses diversify. The first online sale takes place in 1994 as an album from Sting is bought via the website netmarket.com. It is the first online secure transaction. E-commerce quickly becomes a must, with platforms such as eBay, Alibaba, and of course Amazon, which are all part of the most important companies of the sector. Today, internet represents 15% of the global economy. Over the years, internet also developed in a multitude of directions that changed many industries. Let's back up for a bit. Classmates.com is the first social network in 1996. MSN Messenger, MySpace, Facebook, we all know how they've changed the way we communicate today. In 1999, Napster is a pioneer in digital media consumption and in peer-to-peer sharing. On the one hand, it changes the landscape of the music and video industry, leading to the settlement of legal paying streaming services. On the other hand, it ignites under-the-radar file sharing between users, which leads to the upbringing of BitTorrent. The idea of anonymizing online communication to avoid being spied on leads to anonymous browsers like Tor, the Onion router, but also to encrypted exchanges of information using the blockchain technology, which is the secure system behind Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Of course, in order to get there, the tools needed to access the internet had to get smaller and smaller until they got into our pockets. And the data transmission had to evolve, whether in accessibility or in speed.
Non știu.
Non tengo nemmeno idea.
Non ho idea.
Icyo umbajije ni cyiza cyane.
Esattamente come funziona, non sai.
Penso, non sono proprio sicuro che ci sia una grossa squadra che riesce a gestire e fa partire un motore che ormai riguarda tutto il mondo.
A já nevím přesně, jak internet funguje, já vím, že to je nějak spojené s vesmírem.
أعتقد في محطة أو مركز اللي هو مصدر نفط.
Pues la verdad es que no lo sé. Me imagino que la base estará en Estados Unidos.
Πλέον νομίζω στέλνουμε τα σήματα μέσω δορυφόρων και τηλεφωνικών εταιριών και έτσι μεταφέρεται η πληροφορία.
Internet on tietokoneiden yhteinen verkko. Se linkittää pienempiä verkkoja yhteen.
Mislim da smo povezani preko impulsa telefonskih.
Presumo que existam grandes centros onde toda a informação esteja armazenada, com discos rígidos gigantescos.
Z tego co wiem, są to serwery połączone ze sobą, gdzie znajdują się informacje i są to serwery HTTP, dlatego mamy HTTP przed naszym www.
Access point on yhdistetty taas operaattorin koneeseen ja operaattorit ovat keskenään taas yhteydessä toisiinsa ja viestit kulkevat sitten näiden tietokoneiden välillä niin, että niitä reititetään erityisesti protokollalla, joka pystyy kysymään osoitteita. Ja tämän päällä sitten toimivat erilaiset sovellukset, niin kuin sähköposti ja web ja WhatsApp ja kaikki mahdolliset muut.
Yere a pratiquement tout dit, mais on va remettre tout ça dans l'ordre. Internet doit se comprendre en 3 couches, les infrastructures, les protocoles et les applications et contenus. Les infrastructures. Internet n'est pas quelque part dans les nuages. Le cloud, comme à peu près tout le reste, est sur Terre et surtout sous l'eau. Internet est un réseau de réseaux, d'ordinateurs et de serveurs reliés entre eux par des câbles. Et même lorsque vous utilisez votre smartphone, l'antenne qui capte le signal 4G est reliée à un serveur par des câbles. Nous sommes là dans la couche physique. Les protocoles. Il existe plusieurs types de protocoles. SMTP, DNS, FTP et bien sûr le plus connu, le TCP/IP. Le rôle des protocoles est de permettre aux ordinateurs et aux serveurs de communiquer entre eux en parlant la même langue. C'est la deuxième couche, sans laquelle il serait impossible de transporter et d'échanger les données. C'est un peu comme si, dans un tuyau, il se baladait des 0 et des 1 sans qu'on sache vraiment de quoi il s'agit. Nous sommes là dans la couche du transport. Les applications et contenus. Les applications rendent possible l'accès aux contenus mis à disposition sur Internet, comme par exemple le World Wide Web, la messagerie, les vidéos que l'on peut voir en direct sur Internet. En résumé, 3 couches. Les infrastructures, les protocoles, les applications et contenus. Physique, transport, applications et contenus. On va prendre un exemple concret. Vous êtes sur Google, vous tapez votre requête, vous l'envoyez, et là, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Le navigateur va formater la requête pour la rendre compatible avec le protocole. Cette requête est alors transmise à un serveur de Google grâce au protocole, dans ce cas-ci HTTP et TCP/IP. Ce serveur cherche la réponse dans sa base de données, la renvoie grâce au même protocole sur votre ordinateur, et à ce moment-là, votre navigateur affiche la réponse de la requête sous la forme d'une page web, en quelques millisecondes. Et tout ça, c'est pas de la magie.
Okay guys, so welcome back from that Netflix movie. Now we're going to proceed to the Internet Governance Forum proper. Right about now, from the video that you've watched, you've had a little bit of an overview of what the Internet is. A little bit of some technicalities in there, but I presume it was base knowledge enough. Now we're going to proceed to the next stage where you're going to participate, so you have to fill in a particular questionnaire, and that would be led by your table heads. I'd like to know, do all the table facilitators have their packages with all the questionnaires? Okay. If you're a table facilitator and you don't have one, please let us know. And yes, I think Nemo has something.
Yes, just a few rules. Good morning, everyone. I believe everybody has a tag, a badge, right? Who does not have one, please raise your hand. Okay, Riksha, can you make sort this out? Yes, so you will see from your tag there is a number. The MU represents Mauritius, and there are 4 digits, 1001 for example. The 1 is a table number. So all those who are sitting at table number 1, their number will start with 1. And those at table number 5 will start with 5. And the last digit is your participation number. So if it is 1005, your number is 1005. So Tabby will later ask you to fill in a questionnaire, and then you will have a worksheet. So make sure when you are filling your questionnaire or any worksheet, you write your participation code. This is very important because we will have to do reporting later on. If you want to write your full name, you are free to do it. If you want to use a nickname, you are free to do it. But make sure your code is in the questionnaire. So can I just ask you if everybody has a participation code? Yes, everybody? Table number 8? Yes? Not everybody? Please liaise with Secretariat at the back. They will make sure that you have a participation code. Secretariat, Britisha, can you please attend table number 7? Okay, so Tabi, if you allow me, so each table, you will have one. So each table has a table facilitator. And Tabi has asked for the table facilitator to be known. Can you please rise up? All table facilitators, please. Natalie? Yes, so we have how many? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9. And all table facilitators is in charge of a table. Okay? So if you have any questions, please refer to your table facilitator. And if table facilitator has any question, please refer to Tabi. So Tabi, I believe you will now ask them to introduce themselves to their table facilitators.
Okay guys, so interesting enough, if you go to somewhere new, you would have to introduce yourself, like my name is this and I do that and that and that. And since your table facilitators would be like the village chief, so I like to call them a village chief because I want to speak like an African. So your table facilitators are your village chiefs, and we would like you to introduce yourself to them. If you're a farmer, you're a student, or yes, what you do. So you introduce yourself to your table facilitators. You have 2 minutes to do that because we want you to know yourselves and we want you guys to communicate moving forward. Can we do that right now?
Là, on écoute. Oui, on écoute.
Okay, guys, are we done with the introduction? We are? Okay, I like the energy coming from table 8. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do right now is table facilitators have to introduce themselves to the house and just give us a brief overview of who they have in their tables, right? So I'll start from the table closest to me. I think Pascal is somewhere around. Okay, so I'll give you my mic. So the table facilitator.
So my name is Logan. I work at Afrinic. We are the internet registry for Africa. I work mostly in the engineering department.
Who do you help?
So we have Chandish, who is from Accenture. She's very shy, and she got Isha.
And the rest of them. So we move fast, and then we move to the next table. Do we have Pascal with the mic?
Ria, Barish, Bani.
Thank you so much. Yes, so the next table, don't worry, I can handle that.
So hello everyone, I'm Suraj. I'm the team lead for information security at HMD. And today at my table I've got 6 young and bright students, all of them, and really eager to post it.
That's wonderful. And then the next table.
Good morning, everybody. I am Vida Rajendra Kumar, not an actor. I am retired from government, but I am now the Vice President of Réseau International d'Innovation et de Prospective de Québec. C'est une agence qui regroupe les grands scientifiques penseurs du monde pour dire qu'est-ce qu'on va faire post-Covid. I am also the Secretary General of the Observatory for Parenthood in Réunion Island. And I preside some 5 NGOs international. So I have a very good team, young and very dynamic. I am also 20 years of age like them, mentally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Other participants, you can sit while talking. Don't stress so much. You have more work coming up ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Minushka, lead of development team in Argentina. I have a very brilliant team with me. I have a student from Royal College, Lady Shushil, we went to the same college. And I have Mr. Jitu with me from Ministry of ICT. So let's have a very good day together.
Thank you. Next table.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sanjay Hari, facilitator for Table X. I have in all 6 participants. and they are managing very well. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Next table. The lucky 8. Table 7.
Hello. Good morning. I am Nur Mohammed from table facilitator for table 7. I have with me students from university and also participants from the port section, as well as from the preschool and early school sector.
Thank you so much. Then table 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Balkavi Bagia from table 8, and I have 6 participants, and among the 6 we have 4 students, 1 self-employed and 1 from Accenture.
Thank you so much. The next table.
Hello everybody, good morning. I'm Nandini from the Public Service. I used to work at the Ministry of ICT. Presently I'm at the Ministry of Energy. So around my tables, I have got 9 participants. There are 2 students from secondary level, 4 from an institute. They are reading for childcare, early childhood and education. I've got also 1 participant, she's retired school inspector. So they are doing really well. There's already a synergy already there, and I hope that they will have a great day at the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, hi everyone, I am Nathalie. I work at HMT as a project lead, and at my table, so we have 8 persons. Most of them are students, 7 are students, and 1 is already retired from medical sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then to the next table head. That's table 1.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Shaukat, project lead at HMT, and with me I have 8 people. So we have 1 professional from the hotel industry, 3 students from University of Mauritius, 1 lady studying for early childhood, and 2 ladies from SILWS, Sugar Industry Labour Welfare.
It's 11 hours.
Thank you so much to the table facilitators, and I'll just move on so that we catch up with time. So this session is actually mainly about internet and me. That's what it talks about. I'll skip through some of these slides because they go through exactly what you've watched during the video session. So it tells you about what the internet is, the difference between the internet and the World Wide Web, saying that the internet is like this big whole channel, and then the World Wide Web, which happens to be very popular part of the internet. So the people use it interchangeably, but there's a difference between both of them. And today we're really focusing on the internet as a whole. And what happens on the internet in 60 seconds, you can see that there are about 4.1 million Google searches in just 1 minute, and the statistics keeps rising. So I believe that the moment that chart was made, given the speed of the internet, it was wrong, because the internet moves so fast that those numbers right now, you would have more traffic running through most of those channels. And the percentage of internet users per country in relation to the inhabitants of the country. That is to say that the number of people that are using the internet with respect to the total number of people that are in those countries. And you can see that mostly when you look at the European region, there is a very high percentage of, don't worry, don't be scared. Black Panthers here. So, yes, you would see that in the European regions you have a very high penetration rate of internet, but down you can see Africa, you see that there's a good struggle with that. So we still have a long way to go with respect to how we govern internet and how we push for the penetration of internet on the continent. So, who makes the internet work? There are certain bodies that make the internet work. You have the United Nations, you have regional international organizations like the European Union, you have national governments, you have local governments as well, you have the private sector and companies who apply these technologies, and so they also contribute to the widespread of the internet and its adoption in different sectors. You have citizens like you who happen to be the most important factor, because if there's no one there to use the internet, then there's no need for the internet in the first place. You have civil societies, organizations like the Internet Society or the Red Cross. You have universities research actually look at different ways that we could actually innovate when talking about technology, and you have the manage core internet infrastructures. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to go straight to the activity session. You're going to be handed over a questionnaire. Please step ahead. Do you have the entry questionnaire? It looks like this. Okay, affirmative. I'd like you to distribute this to all participants, please. So the individual questionnaire is just for us to understand your relationship with the internet. Remember, the session says the internet and me. Your relationship, or how well you know about the internet, or your perception about the internet. The first part of there says what mainly motivates you to participate today. So you just fill that briefly, and then you move to the next pages that actually have to do with how often you use the internet. So it says daily, weekly, monthly, sometimes a year, and never. I know it might be funny to you when you look at it, you'll be like, everyone uses the internet every day. But yes, there are some people who use it sometimes in a year, and there are some people who have never used the internet. And also you have the next table, which talks about how well you know some of these phrases or topics: internet, fake news, disinformation, internet governance. Remember, we said that we are trying to understand something, but we cannot understand it without understanding you first. So all that information would have to be coming from you. You have question 1.4, which says, could you estimate how many people are connected to the internet in your country? You have the option to tick I don't know, it's possible, but you also have other options there, 25%, 50%, and the rest. So it's just an estimate. Remember, there's no right or wrong answer here. We're not here to judge you, but we just want to know your perception. So your perception should be very transparent. If you think it's 25%, then you go for it. If you think it's 50%, you go for it. Question 1.7 says, how would you describe the internet? You don't have to write a sentence. We already have options of descriptions of the internet. So you just pick which one. You grade them depending on completely agree, disagree, completely disagree, and I don't have a clear opinion. So for all of those descriptions, you select the one that best suits it, based on your opinion. Then finally, you have where you include your age, gender, country, occupation. You can see we didn't really ask for your name, but make sure that you put your number, your unique number there, and also maybe your pseudonym. So someone could say, I'm Dora the Explorer. It's still okay. And facilitators, you don't have to fill in, so you're the village chief, you have to make sure that it's filled, basically. You know, the chief has to wait for others to eat before they eat, so you don't eat, actually, you don't fill. If you're having difficulties with filling the questionnaires, please do not hesitate to ask for help. Just a brief announcement. All participants, you realize that you've been given a consent form for photographs. We'd like you to hand over the filled form to your table facilitators as well, because we need to have them before tea time. Your fielding questionnaires to your table facilitators. Don't worry, it's not a HSC examinations, right? No pressure, no stress. Okay guys, so I guess about 80 to 90% of us have all submitted our field forms. If you have not, it's still okay, but right now we'll be breaking for tea for about 10 minutes. So tea is this way. Look the way I'm pointing so you don't go outside and you find the cars. This way, right? So tea is this way, so you go, you have tea, and remember you've submitted a form that you're approving for your photographs to be taken. If we see a photograph and your face is like this, we'll call the police. So make sure that you smile for the cameraman. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
It's 12 hours.
Don't worry, it's not saying that you have 12 hours, right? You have about 2 minutes left. Hi everyone. Are we done with filling the forms? I trust table 8. Lucky 8 is always finishing first. But remember, it's not a competition. Okay, can table facilitators please collect all field forms from their table members? Okay, while your table heads are collecting the field forms from you, we're just going to take about 2 minutes to discuss or brainstorm over what you have written, right? We understand that some of the interesting discussions around your table were surrounded COVID-19 or some other aspects. So remember, it's about your internet profile. Is there any question you have that you would like to ask to the house? Or is there any contribution that you would like to give to the house? Do we have anyone? Or you want me to pick you up? What are your concerns? Let's go back to that. Has the internet changed something for you? Do we have someone that wants to give you a perspective on that? Remember, we're here to learn from you. I recognize you from Internet Governance Forum 2018. You want to say something? Thank you for saying yes. Has the internet changed something? That's interesting. He said that the internet became his working tool during COVID-19. Do we have any other person? It's okay if you say it became your playing tool. It's okay. Can we get one person from every table? Table facilitators, over to you. You're the village chief. Select someone. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Has the internet changed something for you during the COVID-19 pandemic? Interesting. I like to say it so everyone gets it.
Since she's working as a teacher, it begins work tools for her, so it's facilitated.
Okay, that's wonderful. So we now understand that the internet has become a working tool for certain professions, and the teachers were definitely not left out. Do we have any other contributions? We can check another question. Let's believe that we all have the internet, at least right now in this room. Okay, let's listen to this question first. What are the 3 main joys and 3 main frustrations when using the internet? You can mention one joy or one frustration when you use the internet. The reason why I'm asking this question is so that we know if there's someone in the room that relates to what you experience, right? So your sharing is to help us as well. One joy or frustration.
The joys are there's easy access to lots of information.
Okay.
Sending, receiving emails, messages.
That's wonderful. And the frustration? Maybe frustration.
Sometimes you have unpleasant pop-ups, pictures.
Wonderful. Okay. Crazy pop-ups. Yeah, that's a table that really put their hands together. But if you want to clap, answer a question. And you see, she got a very wonderful photo, right? So it's a free gift. Answer a question and get a good photo. Am I speaking? That's good. Okay guys, so get ready for the next session. We're still going to share. We are a little bit behind time, so I'll move right away to the next session, which is talking about my data, your data, and our data. A lot of data, right? So, when we talk about data, what does it consist of? What are the different spheres of data? You can see that data could range from what we share. You send a link, an email address, your card expiry date, the emojis that you use. That's all data. And if we go to another layer, which is what our behavior tells, which is not necessarily what we send consciously, but how we behave. So your time zone, the ads that you view, your shopping patterns, your typing speed, how fast do you type while using your devices, your device's location, SMS history, your phone calls. Now, that has to do with our behavior while using the internet. Another layer is what the machine sees about us. So, what we send is different, or what we share is different. How we use the internet, our behavior is different. Now, the machine itself, the computer, what does it see, or what does it know about us? Our dieting. So if I was ordering certain kinds of meals using order manger, it knows. And okay, this might be my dieting habits. Real estate. Cat owner. Are you a cat owner? You always take photos of a cat. We understand that there is image recognition in most applications right now. So if all your selfies, you're always taking selfies, and it recognizes that there's always a cat, then it knows that you're a cat lover, perhaps. IQ level, depending on what you do. So you see, your IQ level could also count. So be careful of how you comment online, yeah? It doesn't say like, this guy is not, it doesn't have it right. Political affiliations. So if you see a political ad, do you comment on it? How do you comment on it? And all that. So these are different spheres of what our data actually tells about us. Different ways to see data. The different ways that we could see data. One, we could see data as a resource that can be owned. What do we mean by that? That is, data is a resource that can be exploited. It can be owned by a person or a company. It can be produced, extracted, sold, and bought. Now, if we understand the concept of data, that it could be a photo that I upload on Facebook, that's my data. I make a tweet, that's my data. I send a document, that's my data. Now, if we look at it as a resource, that means I own it. Two, when you post things online or share images, you're performing a small job, the creation of data. That's why there's a concept that, or a profession now, some people call it a profession, content creators. So I'm always creating content online. It could be a TikTok video or a dance video. Now you see that it's labeled because I'm putting in work to get an output, right? So data has label. You can see data as a personal reflection. You're reflected in data about you. Your relationships, your behavioral patterns, your preferences. Data is an online you, so it should come with basic human rights. Of course, data is an online you. Because when you say yes to that proposal, there were butterflies in your stomach and you just went on Facebook and you were like, bam, engaged. Yeah, so that's you. The physical you is engaged and the online you is also engaged. You achieved something and you updated that on your status. So when someone really wants to know about you without meeting you physically, what do? They go online and search for your profile because data is a personal reflection of who you are. Data as infrastructure. The increasing importance of data for the functioning of society has changed its nature. It can now be seen as a core infrastructure on which other services and products build on. So there are many services in society that depend on data to work. For instance, current advertising measures. If you're on Facebook and you see certain ads that are targeted to your preferences and your likes, that means those ads have been built on a foundation, which is your data. So the digital marketer, for instance, is going to make filters. I want to advertise to people between this age and this age, between 18 and 35. And that foundation is actually your data, because the data of your age is online as well. So explore your data. Let's talk about your relation to data. So right now, I'd like the table facilitators to please distribute this exercise, session 3. The question is, what do you think is your digital identity? Because it's important for us to know. You might think in your head that this is the personality that you have online, but another person looks at your profile and they think you're someone else, completely different. Have you ever got the statement, when I met you in person, I think you're completely different from who I told you you were going to be? You've ever heard of catfishing? So that's part of it. The question is, what do you think is your digital identity? So we have questions like that. You have another question. We talked a lot about data during COVID-19. What is your feeling about this? Has COVID-19 changed something in your relation to your digital life? What that means is, did the COVID-19 affect how you relate with your digital life? Are you more connected? Have you taken out the blur between your physical life and your online life or personality? Then the third one says, for you, is there a difference between the real world and the online world? Is there a difference between the real world and the online world? Do you create a boundary that says, this is where the digital me ends, and this is where the physical me ends? Or you're like, if you see me online, that's me outside. It's all the same thing. Everything I do outside, I put it online. I'd also like to encourage table facilitators to engage a little bit, because in this session we're going to do a little bit of talking. I mean the table facilitators. We have a couple of exercises coming after this. So you have like 6 minutes to fill this. It's just 3 questions. So let's say it takes you 2 minutes per sheet. Then we move to the next exercise.
No.
How far have we gone? We'd like to engage the table facilitators soon. We believe that, I know table 8 is ready. I'm not being biased here, but I do know table 8 is ready. And table 7 as well. And every other table. So do we have someone in table 1 that wants to open a discussion about the form that you just filled? So you had, what do you think is your digital identity? We talked a lot about COVID-19. Has COVID-19 changed something in your relation to your digital life? And also for you, is there a difference between the real world and the online world? Is there someone that wants to say something? Table facilitator, over to you. You can talk.
Okay. So, from what I've seen from the different questions, people tend to think that the real world and the identity on the net is more or less the same thing. But actually, personally, I don't think it's the case, because many people tend to present themselves differently on the web, while in the real world they're totally different for various reasons, like fake profile, but also in terms of their digital identity to project a different image of themselves. Because in the real world they may be really shy and don't want to talk, while on the net they tend to be very open and make a lot of friends. But see the difference between digital and the real world. But I think personally that having people in real life and on the net is totally different, because many of us here have hundreds of friends, but in reality they have only 10 or 15 of them. So it's really the difference.
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting part. Table number 3. Someone will say, no, don't come here, don't come here. And because I like looking for trouble, I'm going there. Is there a difference between the real world and the online world? We can speak in French. Okay.
Donc, à ma table, on est principalement des étudiants, donc des personnes assez jeunes. Donc, l'idée qui ressort principalement, c'est que sur Internet, on a pratiquement la même image que ce qu'on donne en réalité, parce qu'on ne se sert pas d'Internet pour vraiment créer une identité propre. Mais malgré tout, on a tendance à ne pas tout dire sur Internet. Donc, il y a quand même une certaine réserve dans ce qu'on va partager. Donc j'imagine que l'identité digitale qu'on peut avoir sur Internet, c'est quelque chose de high level, si on veut, qui en est vraiment, tout n'est pas transparent. Et ensuite, différence entre le monde réel et le
morning. Je pense que le monde en ligne, c'est plus quelque chose toujours plus beau, plus facile, etc. que le monde réel. On ne va pas forcément parler des choses un peu plus compliquées, des complexes, etc. C'est toujours un monde qui est un peu plus beau que la réalité. Voilà.
Thank you so much. Any other person? I know you might be wondering, does Kabi understand French? I don't. So, because I wanted her to talk, I was like, c'est bon. And then Nermal was so good to help me out, so I understood what she was saying, which is, I could summarize in words like, what you see online is not really everything that is reality. So there's really a difference. People don't post the bad side. They only post the new car, the new house and all that. They don't post the bad news. Any other person, any other table, okay?
From my side, all students, I would say initially the question was clear, which I would agree to because they've grown with it compared to people like us who, I would say, evolved with it. So for them, they each try to see themselves as they are, but they don't think about how people perceive it. So this is one thing that I believe all youngsters should be careful about. And also, the other question was, sorry?
It's on the screen.
Yeah, the difference between the real world and also the online world, which again it's quite for me being in the information security sector, it's a bit scary to see that they think it's the same. Whereas if you go deep dive, I would say technically or politically or any other many aspects you look at it, there are two phases which you should start considering.
Thank you so much. In next discussions, we'll get to. Okay, yes, let's get from here.
I think in this group we go deeper into the issue, related to the psychological me, meaning my identity, what attracts me, is deep into me that is not for the same for everybody. So we went in the direction of looking what attracts me with regard to ICT, which is linked to my personal identity, the law of attraction. Not all people are interested with the same issue, information, whatever it is. I think we have very, very important things that come up. And the second aspect is the last question I've seen, when we communicate on ICT, we communicate with machine. We don't have physical feedback from other people. This is the gap, this is the drawback, because we communicate without having human feeling back into our communication. This is the main issue that has been raised in this group.
Wonderful. Do we have any other table facilitator that would like to share? No? Okay, so we move to the next session, and that's session 3. It's talking about data models. So this tries to give us an understanding of what data is in itself. Before we go there, did we go through this? These table heads, did we distribute this activity? Data as a resource, data as a label, data as a personal reflection and human rights, and data as infrastructure. So what we have to do now is, for instance, you have data as a resource. What this means, so it gives you an explanation, and then you have to, with that understanding, you fill the 2 slots there. What do you think is an advantage for data as a resource? And what's the limitations of data as a resource? Data as label or contribution. You do the same thing. So you just read to understand it and then fill. We'll give 70 minutes for this. Please do not forget to write your unique code in the document. And your answers should be very short. 1 sentence, very brief. And we'll have a brief discussion afterwards, so get ready. The tables that have not spoken will have to speak. Okay, so I just heard that some of us might have a little bit of a challenge with understanding the different forms of data. So data as a resource and also as label. So I'll start with label. Simply put, when you're posting some live or share images, you're performing a small job. Let me put it this way. You know Facebook doesn't post anything. Hardly. There's no Facebook page that is owned by Facebook that comes and says, hey, I'm filling my card. See? But everybody runs to Facebook. So who works for Facebook actually when it comes to creating data? All of us. Facebook is interesting because we go there to know what your uncle is doing, your cousin is doing, and all that. So that means we are all working for Facebook. Data as a label. We are creating content that is work on its own. Does it make sense? So it's data, it's a label. We are performing a task. Now, it allows you to think about the compensation for the contribution. Why am I paying for this job? Why don't you pay me when I make TikTok videos and I'm not so famous? Even if, as soon as I just make the video, terms and conditions, it becomes property of TikTok, but I get paid at some point, right? Sometimes more than one person is involved in the creation of data. It's difficult to determine who should profit. Example, you're writing about another person. So I take a selfie. I'm like, okay guys, spend 20 internet dollars for check, and then her face appears. If you were to pay for data as labor, would you pay me or would you pay her? Who owns that photo? If I took a group photo with my friends, is it my photo or it's our photo? You understand? So it gets, if you think about it too much, it gets a little bit complicated. But just keep it in the shallow level of it's like completing a task, and so should you be paid for it or not? You can treat data as labor. And there's some people that actually earn money just by creating content online. How many of you know Emanuela? Makenjo comedy? Emanuela? She's Nigerian, she's very well behaved. So they make money from that. Now, data is a resource. Data is a resource that can be exploited. It can be owned by a person or a company. It can be produced, extracted, sold, and bought. So in this case, I would explain data in the form of it's a resource. There are companies that make use of that resource. Your data can be sold for marketing. So, does it make sense? Did anybody have an issue with understanding this? And then finally, we have this where, now that you have discussed the 5 models, please give them a score as a group. 0 means this model is not the right one, or it is not how you want data to be handled. Do you want it to be handled as labor? Do you want to be paid for every video that you make on TikTok from today? Do you want it to be handled as a resource? How do you want it to be handled? Do you want data to be handled as personal reflection and human rights? So there should be a lot of laws surrounding your data and data as infrastructure. Pretty much data has been applied in these different spheres, but we just want to know what you would prefer as a person or as an individual. Okay, hi guys, back online, and I'd like to know, are we done with filling the questionnaires? Not yet, okay. I need to tell you guys something, but don't tell the secretariat I tell you. I hope they're not hearing me. After this session, we're going to have lunch, so the faster you finish, the better. Was I low enough?
It's 30 no's.
Hi guys, I believe we're done. Are we done? Okay, so a little bit of discussions. I'd like to call on table 8. Finally. So, table 8. Let's hear from you. Different forms of data as a resource and labor, personal reflection, and human rights, data and infrastructure. What are the discussions went on your table, and what would you give us as a summary? What are your thoughts concerning this particular exercise? Table 8. Do we have a mic there? Okay. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, for data resource, well, let someone preference and give relevant suggestions for advantages. And for limitation, if someone changes his or her opinions or preference, the data would that be accurate, but with the limitation.
Okay. Can you throw more light on that? The one when you say if someone changes their opinion.
Other than
No, you just mentioned a limitation. That if someone changes their opinion, the data will not be accurate. Am I accurate in quoting you?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you throw like more light on that? Like explain.
The information won't be up to date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or can be fake profiles and so on.
Okay, I understand. Makes sense. Okay. Any other contribution from the table? Okay, from table 7.
Thank you. In fact, this is a very difficult question for us. We don't have answers for all the stuff on the tables. We highlight what we have come across during our discussion. Advantages we wrote that the task resource can be used by people to help them take informed and most effective decisions. And as a limitation, massive amount of data resources can make people feel overwhelmed.
Okay.
In fact, the aim of this session, I think, is to help us fill the last table, which is about 5 minutes, rate 5 minutes.
Yes.
In the end, data as a resource will be considered as the raw materials for the models, and Going forward to the right, data as infrastructure, which we consider as a platform. So when we create everything, data as a resource, we assign files. So most important is the foundation of data.
Yes.
And data as infrastructure, it's just a platform on which we put the data, which people will make use of. How to make use of will be defined in data as labor contribution.
Okay.
Add value to the data as the data resource, data as the raw materials.
Okay.
So we have the platform, we have the raw materials, people add to the information.
It's interesting how your table actually portrays it in form of a cycle. So you didn't just put them into different boxes, but you found a way to see it from a perspective of one depends on the other, although one could be given higher precedence or priority, but in one way or the other it also supports the other forms of data.
Without actually feeling the sweats.
Makes sense. Thank you so much for your contribution. Do we have any other group that wants to say something? Okay.
Thank you. Here we have discussed about data. Data is a resource, and how we collect the data, how we tinker with the data, and how can we use for businesses creating jobs, like enhance for entrepreneurs or users. And also the data sharing among various stakeholders. Because like in Mauritius, you can have the passport and immigration, social security, civil status. It's from the policy point of view, from the government point of view. And we can have policy decision from those data. And we have discussed also about the data protection, about hackers and cybersecurity. Like my friend was saying, you can have a platform, like an open data platform, but then we need to have the cybersecurity and everything that goes along.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Any other table's contribution? Table facilitators, can we take the field-in forms? We can proceed now to collect the forms that have been filled in. Okay guys, if we have finished submitting all our, that's all. So okay, briefly for 5 minutes, let's just get done with this. My data, your data, our data, right? It's a personal questionnaire, very simple to fill. How many accounts do you have on the internet and smartphone apps? Yeah. So it's a very simple question. Please just fill it briefly in 2 minutes. And then we will proceed to have lunch, but I'll have to give you instructions about lunch. There won't be any discussion for this one, so as soon as you're done, we get instructions about food. And don't forget your code, please. Your unique code. Everything. Okay guys, so we save time. How many of us are done? Do we have anyone that is finished? Okay, I have just one hand up. Now I want to make magic 3 hands. For all those that have finished, you can go have lunch. How many of us have finished? Oh, the hands are going. So please, if you finish, please submit your worksheet and take through your left, please. It's through your right, my left. Sorry, your right, my left. Then we go this way in a straight file because if you have like a finger long, please also make sure that you take 500 rupees with you because you have to pay. I don't know, it's free of charge. What does it see?
everyone. I'd like to keep the agenda a little bit or make some augmentation to it so that we can close the whole forum earlier than expected or right on time. So right now we're going to be moving to section 6, which is the national and sub-regional section, focusing on children and internet governance. We're going to have in this session a couple of professionals coming to talk to us about the internet and various aspects that control or form part of the internet. We're going to have interesting topics coming from fields such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the rest of them. So I promise you, you're going to be hearing from the best of the best. So please keep your download button open so that you can download. The Wi-Fi code is. Does anyone need Wi-Fi for their brains? Okay, I think you're already connected, so we can go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting our guests to please have a seat again. First of all, already seated. Mr. Vincent Wosisi is actually an IT professional and representative of Namco Technologies Limited. Please can you put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, please also put your hands together for Mr. Ian Valentine. He'll be speaking on AI and internet governance. He's a project consultant. Also with us, speaking on the topic protecting children online, is the CTO of the Ministry of ICT. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajneesh Haravan. And finally, we're inviting a seasoned entrepreneur, founder, and business angel. He also happens to be the ex-CTO, the Chief Technology Officer of Microsoft for the Sub-Saharan region. He's no other than Mr. Mark Israel. And we'll be speaking on the topic, reclaiming your humanity in an age of artificial intelligence. Interesting. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting your time, I'd like to call on our first speaker, Mr. Ian Valentine, for his wonderful lecture. Please put your hands together.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I'm sure to be the other speakers. As the facilitator said, I work as a business consultant with Huawei, and I help our customers apply technology. And technology is growing and changing all the time, as I'm going to talk to you about. One of the big things that we know about change is that it tends to be revolutionary when it's big. And I just want to put AI in context for you a little bit, because we all know about the communications revolution. It literally changed everything from the printing press to the telegraph, to the telephone, to the internet. The communications revolution completely changed everything. Starting with the first message across the Atlantic in 1858. But then the next big revolution came as we explored computing. And this is what's happened in my lifetime. I remember the first microprocessors, and I remember the first mainframes. And yet now we have cloud, and we have a whole new computing paradigm. And that's also changed everything. And of course, when you put two of these big areas together, it tends to create whole new experiences and whole new technologies like the iPhone, a combination of computing and communications now in your pocket. But where I see AI is a completely new revolution, just as big as these other two. And it will build on the other two as well. Maybe people don't understand AI only have 5 minutes, so that's very hard because it's a big subject with lots of moving parts. But I want to try to give you examples of this. But before I do, understand that we're on an exponential growth model.
It's 14 hours.
I tell you what that is. Communications took a while, computing took a bit longer, artificial intelligence will take even less time. It's already around us everywhere, in our voice assistants, in Google search, in our Facebook profiles, on news feeds, in our voice assistants in the home, in our cars, in our power supplies. You might not realize that it's there. So what is artificial intelligence? Well, it's a very, very general term. It basically means a program that can sense, read, and act and adapt. Earlier on, we had an example of well, my data might be out of date, and therefore the systems will act wrongly because my profile data was stored wrongly. That's not true in this new world. The system will use big data, and as your opinions change, just like a person, it will understand you have changed. And so we won't be working on the data, we'll be working on intelligence, which is a derivative of data. But inside that egg of artificial intelligence, you have many technologies. Some machine learning technologies, I wish I had time to explain, and then a revolutionary deep learning technologies. These technologies mimic the human brain. Now, when people say our brain is 80% not used, it's not true. It's all used, right? It's just we're not conscious of the bits underneath. So when I look at a picture and I understand it says fire extinguisher, all the stuff underneath, colors, edges, shapes, everything, it's all been processed by my brain, and I'm not conscious of it. It works in layers. Eventually, I just read the words fire extinguisher. This is getting intelligence from raw data, and this is what artificial intelligence is capable of doing. There are two parts to it when we look at governance. People talk about narrow AI, and they talk about also artificial general intelligence. So let me just explain this. Narrow AI is where I use a machine learning or artificially intelligent system to even just change the brightness of my smartphone. It's not based on an algorithm anymore. It learns how to conserve the battery based on your usage and conditions. Or the power of air conditioner in a data center. These can all be controlled electronically by artificial intelligence. I'll talk about governance of that because it's mostly fairly easy, because the individual applications already have regulatory frameworks for them. A car, a fridge, a watch, a cloud service already has a regulatory framework, and artificial intelligence is just going to be better. But artificial general intelligence is the term given for artificial intelligence that is as good as the human mind. Now that's almost ungovernable, right? Because once it's brighter than us, how do we control it? And that's the big singularity problem that people worry about. I'm here to tell you that is a long way, right? No one knows actually when AGI will ever come back, or even if it can. Possibly, possibly not. Many people think so, some people think not. But narrow AI is what we're talking about today. It's everywhere, absolutely everywhere. So I need to just bring this into context so we can talk about governance. So you can see the range of applications, both in society and for children, that AI is now touching. First of all, smart devices. I'm just going to give you one little example of this. A smart fridge or a smart cooker. We've used that word wrong. They're not smart, they're connected. When we said a smart TV, it's a connected TV, it's not a smart TV. We need to use the words right. An intelligent fridge doesn't just tell you when you're 20 miles away that the fridge door is open. It shuts the door for you. Right? An intelligent oven doesn't just let you program the temperature at the time when you're on the way home so that it warms up ready for you to cook the chicken. You show it the chicken. And it knows the temperature and the time. It knows how to cook the chicken. This is intelligence, not being connected. See, this is being really smart. A smart car is not just a car that's small and cute and connected to the internet. It's a car that doesn't crash because it knows how to drive. So smart devices are going to be everywhere in manufacturing and farming. But the other place now is in cloud services. As you type a search term into Google, how does it know what? Well, it's learned. Have you ever figured out how Google Translate works? It learned. We didn't teach it how to translate, it learned. It's artificial intelligence. Just looked at the same book in English and French, figured it out. Right? Cloud gaming, augmented reality, all of these are going to have artificial intelligence built in. And autonomous behavior, I already mentioned the smart car, but drones, lawnmowers, things that move around the house, that hoover your house, that do the washing up, maybe even do the cooking, maybe even put the shopping in. This is all applications, but they're different, right? These are all different, and this is what I want to show you from a government point of view. Let's look at children. Education. We were talking in the break a lot about education, where the children should go to school to get the lecture and then go to the parents to get the homework, or they should get the lecture online and then go to the teacher at school to help with the homework, the interactive part, right? Which is right. And maybe the teacher doesn't have to be a real teacher. Maybe the teacher can be the best, better than any human teacher, because we can create an avatar that is a teacher that delivers the best possible lecture to explain a particular topic and really help with education. But self-learning and research, all these other tools will be guided by narrow AI to help the education of our children. So it's a massively positive thing, but then what sort of risks are there? What sort of regulation is required in this new type of product? So we're not regulating AI per se, but the application of it into these verticals using narrow AI. What about health? What about fitness? What about nutrition? Wouldn't it be great if the security cameras in the home could see my child putting the food in the bin and not eating their vegetables, and knew exactly from just the pictures the calorific and macro intake of the children? Wouldn't it be great if the watch I gave my child gave an early indication of health, diagnosis with narrow AI? Fantastic benefits for children. Again, how's it going to work? And then protection, the one thing we've talked about a lot today. This is a combination of safety, making the environment safe, of guarding against hostile attacks, and surveillance or monitoring what they're doing. We've got very primitive tools today to monitor what our children are doing online, but AI can actually work as some of those supervision tools, as some of those guards, and as some of those safety measures to actually bring a better online environment for our kids. See, we don't have to legislate the rules necessarily if we have tools like AI available to help. But actually in all these layers, both in society and children, the type of governance, the depth of governance we need is different. You can understand for protection of children, there's probably a lot more governance needed than just something about putting online education material together. Likewise, from smart devices to autonomous behavior. So that's my little intro about AI, children and government. I hope we can build on that with the rest of our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ian. I told you guys, this session is going to be an interesting one. So I hope you're ready, getting the questions ready, because the reason why they're seated is that they're not going to leave until you ask them questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Mr. Rajneesh Powerbai for his lecture. Please put your hands together.
So I'll be speaking about protecting children online. And today the internet is so pervasive. We can surf, we can go everywhere, we are transacting online, we are accessing websites, and sharing information, we're going to Facebook and all. But what is most important is also that we are protected. So what are the things that we can see on the landscape? What are the things that are threatening us, and what is being done, and what would be done to protect us even more? So let us see what is there. So some of the forms of threats that are being faced by children today is that you have a lot of offensive material. A lot of offensive material on children itself. You have offensive material in adults, that's another question. But offensive material on children, and it could be images, it could be videos, it could be text and whatnot. But that is one type of threat that is threatening them. Cyberbullying. We know about bullying in classrooms, but bullying also happens in the safe environment we would call a safe environment, which is the web. Even so for harassment, cyber harassment, and even cyber stalking. You have stalking, but then that also, whatever we do in normal life, in real life, has its other face in the cyber world. Now, to be able to protect children, what we have done until now, and that's something that has been in operation since 2012, is that the ICTA the Information and Communication Technologies Authority, which is a regulator in the sector. It is an organization that is looking at licenses to be given in the sector, looking at what needs to be done in the sector. So this NCTA has set up an online content filtering system. So what does that do? It's just that whenever a user on the web wants to access a child sexual abuse site, a site where you have pornographic material of children, you have other material of children, that person doesn't get access to the site. The site is blocked. It gets a message and the site is blocked. Right? So this is already on since 2012. It's in operation. It's getting updated every year because you have new sites get updated on the list, but it's a very functional thing and it's working. Second is that you have the locals, right? On the Mauritius cybercrime online reporting system, you can report any issue that has happened to you. It could be a child, it could be this one can also apply to an adult. So you have the locals environment where you can apply and say, okay, you have this problem, and you report the screen. You can even take snapshots of the screen. You can even take copies of the audio that was exchanged with you, or videos, and post it online. And then there is an enchaînement. The police will come in and others will come in so that we can investigate and find out and address the situation. I thought that this would be interesting for you just for information. I do not have it for children. We have the information that we have on locals for Mauritius. It will be a mix of children and adults since January 2020. You see that the number of cases is about 1429 cases that we reported on locals. Right? And there is in hacking, there is in harassment, offensive content, extortion, identity theft, cyber stalking, it goes on, malware, phishing, and all this. Okay? But you can see the numbers are quite big. They are quite big because what is reported is maybe 10 times more than what is really happening. Right? So whenever you look at these figures, you should say to yourself, maybe the situation is even worse than this. It's just that these are being reported, these are being listed in the system, these are people who have taken the bold step of going forward. But there's so much is happening today. Now, what we have done also is that we have an app which you can download on Android or you can download on iOS also. This app is the Family Welfare app which allows a child to report a case of child sexual abuse. So you can just report, you can just click, and maybe it's very complicated for you to report. Just click on the panic button, and this will trigger a reply at the Ministry of Gender, where the 24/7 service that you have on phone, they will then put in the police and all the other people to investigate and find out what is the issue, what you have to do. That's the child family welfare. But what is good is this app is being updated again. We're going to have a new app by end of November, which is going to talk about also domestic violence. So this is something that is also coming up, a new update and a more elaborate one. Now, what we've done is one thing, but how do you cater? Because what we have been talking until now is more about offensive material on the web, more about content, but we talk about cyber stalking. Did I not mention about cyber harassment? Did I mention about all these? We need to have offenses that are very clearly elaborate in law, and that is why we're going to have a new cybersecurity and cybercrime bill that is going to be presented in Parliament. It is intended to be presented in November. This is our expectation. Our planning is to go to Parliament. The Ministry will go to Parliament in November. The new bill that will repeal the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, existing one, and come up with this new bill, and this bill will address the new threats that we have and more elaborate and comprehensive. So we are reinforcing the legal framework to be able to address that. Now, just a quick list of some of the things that the do's, right? When the children are 9, stick to safe sites. There are sites which are age restricted. So if they are meant for 18 and plus, then it's good for a child not to go there. And that is also the role of the parent to help the child to understand that these are things that are not meant for him or her, and that's one element is to stick to safe sites. Use strong passwords to protect the identity properly. Protect the password properly, use strong passwords and keep them confidential. Right? You know, it's good to have passwords, but if you write a piece of paper, give it to everybody, then it's not good at not having it. So have a strong one, go to that extent, and keep it very safe. Be polite with people online, because often you can trigger a negative response by not being polite, not being interested in people properly. You're so strong, you can say everything, you can do everything. Be aware that going online and saying things is as bad as saying things face to face also. So be polite even in the online world. Always inform an adult if there is something that is improper as in terms of behavior that we see online. Because the adults were supposed we are supposed to know what to do to handle all this. So please, children must be advised to call upon adults if ever they are strange about online behavior. And then choosy about online friends. As you choosy about your friends in the real world, please do so also in the online world. Because whatever we do, history will judge us as how we treat our children. These words of Nelson Mandela ring very true even today, and with these words, I leave you in good hands. I'm just going to hold it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajneesh, for giving us very valuable information on what already exists, what the government is doing in Mauritius. And I hope that some of those helplines and initiatives that would be very reasonable and helpful.
Thank you very much to both present speakers. I think there was insightful information as well. And based on what Ian and I was talking about AI and narrow and artificial general intelligence. As Ian outlined, in all of your pockets, you get a phone, and that phone has more brain power than all of us in that room. But having worked in one of those famous GAFAMs, I can tell you that the power of that phone is to hook you on that phone as much as possible. And this is scientifically proven, because you will get nudges. And by getting nudges, you will try not to go away from your phone or from your computer. And this is completely programmed to instill in your brain a small shot of nudge, of biological chemicals that force you basically to ask for more. And by doing that, unfortunately, we have seen a lot of things happening in the world over the last 5-6 years. One of those being kids failing at school, kids going burned out, even very early. You're not burned out because you work too hard, you're burned out. Following that. So it's just a couple of different tricks which the phone. And I think we've lost, as human beings, 3 things because of artificial intelligence programs. We need to be aware of that. The first thing is we lost somehow the delay, what we call the delayed gratification. Waiting for something to happen really. Why we lost that? Well, because internet gives you exactly what you want before you want it. Okay, that's what Steve Jobs said, that we don't answer what markets demand, we create what markets really want. And that's exactly what AI is doing. The AI knows exactly what you will want and will guide you towards that and will basically make you want more immediately. And by doing that, you're growing in satisfaction. You're growing in the fact that you're not satisfied by what you have. The second thing is the loss of enjoying boredom. Who has ever stood or sat on a beach towel not doing anything but listening to the waves or to the birds chirping? Who has done that? Just for 2 hours, not doing anything. Probably nobody. I do not know. Because after 2 minutes, oh, great, I received an email. Yesterday evening, that's a true story, I was having dinner with 2 other couples, friends. And after an hour, we realized for the first time, a long time, there was no cell phone on the table. And we looked at each other and said, we've been talking for an hour without watching our phones. That's weird. No, that's human. So we need to reconquer boredom. And the last point, which is, I think, probably the most important, we are losing very quickly the quality of opposing points of view. AI guides you towards what you love and exclusively what you love, and will try to avoid anything that can annoy you. And by doing that, you're just closing your mind to the richness of diversity. Nature has told us that human beings exist only because of diversity. And the more diverse the environment, the better. So we need to be confronted to diverse points of view. So I will leave you with 5 key ideas that you can or cannot implement if you wish, but that I do myself now, almost on a daily basis. First of all, get rid of Google. Completely. What? You will say. I need to search on the internet. Yeah, use DuckDuckGo, use Quant, use any other search engines that these bad guys at Google. Why? Because everything you do on Google is recorded. Every single click, every single mouse move is recorded. And they know more about each of us than you know about yourself. Get rid of them. There are many alternatives that work the same way. Do the same thing with Chrome and Microsoft Edge. Use Brave or Firefox. Open source alternatives. Brave will block every tracker that you have. So they will be able to find you and nudge you. Kill the nudge. VPN when you can. That will kill surveillance. Second is limit electronic time. I know, it's hard. But decide that over dinner, there is no electronics. That for that time to that time, you leave your smartphone, your computer somewhere. Just leave that. Create no electronic zone in your home. My bedroom is a no electronic zone. There is no phone allowed in my kids' bedroom. There are no phones allowed, no computer allowed in bedrooms. And now we have instilled no computer, no phones in the dining room. You will start talking to people and you will sleep better. Fourth thing, debate. I know that some of you went out of high school, and probably in high school you learn how to debate. And it's very interesting to talk to people, and I do that with my son sometimes. Saying, he talks about me something, says, I will exactly take the exact opposite, even though it's not the way I think. But I try to debate with opposite points of view. And that's very interesting because at that moment you start to realize that, wow, there are other points of view than mine that could be respectful. And the last point, and that was something I was reminding my employees when I was leading my team at Microsoft, is always be curious. And it's very simple, it's ABC, always be curious. Curious about everything. I spend, personally even today, 1 hour every day learning something new. 1 hour. This is in my calendar. Every single day. I can tell you, this is just extraordinary. We have only one life. Over to you, thank you very much.